10, everyone. I just want to point out to everybody in this room. I know the bells are ringing. I'll be seeking unanimous consent in just a few moments. Okay. I know I said some time ago that I would try to give you as much ample notice about a meeting as I could. And when I seek out meetings, I will do just that. I will be cognizant of the time. I'll be cognizant of your situation. The whips amongst our parties, and again, I am not specifically pointing out any particular whip of any recognized party. There are 4 groups in question. The whips have decided that they will put this meeting together. I received notice shortly before you did. Now, because we passed a motion on March 26th that states that we will seek out meetings without any, and it didn't say anything about notice, we have to have this meeting as of right now. That being said, I'm going to say this publicly. I'm going to say this in front of you, my colleagues. I'm going to say this while we're in session. As chair, I have the floor, so I'm going to say it. And this is a message for the benefit of my colleagues, staff, analysts, clerks, interpreters, technical staff, everyone involved. I ask you to please consider the fact that these people have families, that these people live in rural areas like myself. We are not emergency workers. We're not paramedics. We're not firefighters. We're not on call like that. These are planned meetings normally. So to the 4 represented whips at this meeting, and I know you're on this call, please consider it when we do this again. Not just as a chair, but as a human being. Thank you. That being said, do I have unanimous consent to continue?
No.
Suspended. Clause by clause, the C10, the resumption of the meeting. I want to say welcome back. We are going to pick up where we left off the last time. If you want to just get out your song sheets once more. We were off on, oh, I'm sorry, I have some hands up. Mr. Shields, are you pertaining, do you want to move this motion or? Go ahead, Mr. Shields, you have the floor, but you're on mute, sir.
Would help. No, we were in the middle of and had to quit our conversation. My hand was up and I just wanted to continue as we were.
Oh, okay.
On amendment
All
2.
right.
Yep, when you get to it.
Okay, Mr. Reyes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say a couple of words before starting the meeting in 9.2. I won't be long. My goal isn't to delay the process today, but just to express my true disgruntlement about what is occurring right now. Now, some might intimate that it's because of what's been occurring over the past couple of years, but I'd like to point out that we're all human beings. We work in Parliament. We have families. We have employees who are there trying to provide professional services, who also have lives. Now, on Monday, we got information from you such that the next meeting would take place on Friday. I left my apartment because it was going to be Wednesday, 2 p.m. I was on duty and I had a responsibility to play my parliamentary role in a hybrid parliament. Now, 1 hour before the beginning of this meeting, I received a new notice. I don't have access to my documents because they're in my apartment. Now, those documents are crucial in my work, and there's a lot of research that we have to do in the course of our work as we go along, and this smacks of contempt for the work that we have to do as members of Parliament. To have notice of just 1 hour on such a crucial issue with such little time allowed, and this is a gag order, then Parliament, the House, is not supposed to interfere in the work of committees. Committees are supposed to be independent, and it to happen behind closed doors between whips that decided to schedule this surprise meeting, and that has an impact on all of us. Mr. Chairman, I was intending to collect my daughter in Montreal. I haven't seen her for the past 3 weeks. This evening, after my day on duty, and now everything's being delayed. Everything's been pushed back. Musical chairs. Some would say, well, we're all politicians. We can do what we want with them. But we also have lives. We're human beings. We have meetings that are schedules. Of course, we have a task to accomplish. Sometimes there are delays, and Liberals are professionals at delaying things. And we've done likewise in other cases. But, there are rules, and we usually abide by them when we have a message to get through. But right now we have employees, we have translators, interpreters, clerks, other committees that have had to be cancelled. We have colleagues Immigration, Fisheries and Oceans, whose meetings were cancelled at the last moment, they also have schedules. And the whips of the New Democrats, the Bloc Québécois, the Liberals got together without even advising you, based on the information that I've got, without even advising you of what was going on. I find this incredible, egregious. This bill has been denigrated for such a long time because it flies in the face of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Well, listen, I just wanted to take 3 minutes to say this. I've calculated with my GPS, and it's quite a distance between where I'm on duty and getting here. I'm fit and fit as a fiddle, but still, nevertheless, and this is a straw that's breaking the camel's back at the end of a parliamentary session. It's not the first time this has occurred. I'm wondering if there's some way or another of issuing a statement to support your work as chairperson. And that is to ensure that there's adequate decorum so that we can work in collegiality, in collaboration, all parliamentarians from all parties. I think it's inconceivable, inadmissible what's occurring. Yes, we're joking a bit about it. We're being facetious. We're trying to stay in a good mood. But I can tell you that, personally speaking, I'm frustrated today because I'm going to have to call my daughter back and tell her that I won't be back in Montreal before 10:30 or 11 p.m. And then I have to drive a further 2 hours to get to my writing. And then, of course, the ripple effect, the domino effect tomorrow. And we have an additional meeting that's been added to my schedule tomorrow. We're all human beings, and I just wanted to underscore that. Even if we're politicians, people can lay into us as much as they want. They can say whatever they want, and we have to take it. We have to take it, but I find it unfortunate, very unfortunate, the whips got together and agreed to this, made a deal without even informing you or us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm assuming you moved 9.2. Sorry. Because I only say that, Mr. Reyes, because 9.2 is in your name. But did I hear that correctly? Mr. Shields is going to. Mr. Shields, I'll put the floor to you.
Yes, reintroducing at the clause we were at, Amendment 2, that we were in the middle of debating last time.
9.2.
Yep.
Correct. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. One of the things that we were talking about that came up from the people from the department, and when we talk about the monetary number, the millions of numbers, or the number of people, well, who this would include. And in that conversation came up CBC from the department staff. And as we well know, as the CBC has digitalized significantly, and they've also moved into stories that they write per client's request, and that they want to enlarge that. So this particular legislation, without those marks in it, could include the CBC and their digitalization service, which is really interesting. It could also include political parties as well when we get into this type of thing, without putting some limits, barriers, ceilings around it. And I think that is what we're attempting to do in this particular amendment, is go to where we need to be. And what is the intent, and what we have heard the intent was of the authors of the bill to do by having it wide open net. I think you like when you trawl in the ocean and you catch a lot of fish in those big trawlers that kills a lot of fish and does a lot of damage, because you catch a lot of things out of the intended species that you're looking to fish. So I think this legislation in itself, as we heard the department officials when they bring out the digitalization of CBC, if you understand how broad a net this is, and not really where you wanted to go, unless you're looking to have the CBC in this, if you're looking to have, as they've digitalized to make money for stories that they are writing for particular clients, political parties, yeah, you've got to think about this in the sense of what you're attempting to do and the nature we've talked about when you've talked about it, and many others, the big techs, the big companies, the Facebooks, the Googles, all of those you've talked about. So thinking about that, this big dragnet of a trawling line could catch a lot of things in it that could be very detrimental to a lot of parts of our society, our country, our creators, and culture. So back to the department officials, I think it was Mr. Riley who brought up the possibility of CBC and what they've explored. So I'd like to go back to Mr. Riley and have him again discuss what he views of this dragnet operation without some ceilings in it, like is suggested in this particular motion. So from the department, I would like if they could respond, please.
Yeah, I think Mr. Ripley? Do you want to respond to that? Before I go to, okay, Mr. Ripley, go ahead. I'll bring in my point later on. Go ahead, Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Mr. Shields. The point I was trying to make during our last meeting was that Bill C-10, as tabled, does not have thresholds in the legislation in terms of determining when an online undertaking should be regulated by the CRTC and be required to contribute or not. The test as articulated in the bill as it was tabled was a determination on the CRTC's part about whether that online undertaking is well positioned to make a material contribution to the objectives of the policy objectives. And one of the reasons it was done in that way is to recognize that there is a very wide diversity of online business models out there, and it is difficult to be categorical in terms of where that material contribution threshold kicks in. And so the point the reason I referenced CBC Radio Canada was to give an example that as the committee knows, CBC's conventional services are licensed and overseen by the CRTC right now, just like TVA or CTV. And the expectation is certainly that the CRTC would have jurisdiction over their online undertakings, Two Point TV and CBC Gem, just like the CRTC will have jurisdiction over Bell Canada's equivalent Crave TV service, Club Illico, those type of services. And so the point I was trying to make is that based on the data that we have, that threshold that's being put forward in this amendment may be so high as to exclude CBC Radio Canada's online undertakings, for example. And the position of the government would be that CBC Radio Canada is very well positioned to make a contribution to achieving the policy objectives of the Act. So that was the point I was trying to make, Mr. Shields.
No, and I appreciate your explanation of that. So that is very concerning when we talk about the lack of thresholds. And I think that's the reality of this amendment, is trying to put in thresholds so that it gives the CRTC some direction actually in the legislation, rather than them spending a lot of time in areas that may not be what the intent was. So that's what thresholds will do when you provide it in legislations. Sure, if that's something they found in the future that it was too high, too low, and that's already been mentioned, that in certain periods of time you review things and say that they could be changed. As Mr. Reyes has said, maybe upwards is more likely. But it is something that gives them a mark to go by, and something that provides, I think, to boards and commissions that they appreciate some direction rather than just a void and starting from nothing. So I think the real advantage of this piece of legislation, it provides clarity in the public, it's in legislation, it's transparent, so that when the CRTC, as they follows this up, it gives them much more clarity in how they begin their work if this legislation passes. So at that point, Mr. Chair, I would thank you.
Okay. Ms. McPherson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, I do appreciate Mr. Reyes' frustration at having to be here. We all have places where we need to be. We all have very busy lives. It is always hard when our schedules change on a dime, because I know we all have incredibly packed schedules. But I do want to just point out that this is very important work that we're doing. And in fact, it has not been everybody's priority to do this work in this committee over the past several weeks. So we have seen a lot of time wasted by certain members of this committee not letting us get to that work. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about right here. In terms of 9.2, I did want to ask, and perhaps it would be best to go to Mr. Reyes or Mr. Shields, whoever would like to respond. Did you, when you were putting together these thresholds, and of course I asked some questions about these thresholds earlier, but did you ask any stakeholders in the Quebec cultural sector? And if so, could you tell us which ones that you spoke to about 9.2 and their support for that?
Okay, before I go to Mr. Reyes, I'm assuming you meant Mr. Reyes, not Mr. Shields, Ms. McPherson?
Well, Mr. Shields was the one who brought it forward, was speaking about it today, so I just wanted to see if I'll leave it up to them.
Okay, first things first, Ms. Rempel-Garner is next, but Ms. Rempel-Garner, with your permission, can I go to where the question was asked? And I see Mr. Reyes' hand up. Mr. Reyes, go ahead, you have the floor.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll try and respond to that question. I'll take a stab at it. But if I could just respond to Ms. McPherson's initial comment, yes, we all have schedules. I have no issue with us holding other meetings. You even suggested that, and the Speaker of the House can add them. But the problem is that there was no early notice. Had we received notice this morning when we were leaving our apartments, our houses, we could have at least picked up our documents to be able to do our work properly. I'm just saying that the lack of notice was unreasonable. I have no problem with the meeting taking place per se. I'm just talking about the way that it's been carried out. It smacks of a lack of respect, both to us, to all our supporting staff. But let me just stop there, pick myself up and dust myself off, smile, go about our work. I don't like being angry. But just to respond to your question, I did meet with a number of organisations, as you pointed out, and at the last meeting. And this amendment has been fine-tuned for quite some time. We had proposed something similar at the very outset. Is everyone in agreement with the thresholds? The answer is no. Would some have liked different thresholds, no thresholds? The answer is yes and no. It depends on the various stakeholders, both in Quebec and Canada. Some had differing opinions, but we based our choice of amendment on expert advice, a threshold that was below what Australia, in fact, has proposed. Australia, which is cited by all countries, and even Minister Guilbeault cites Australia as a key example, and by two former stakeholders or representatives of the CRTC who are watching this file very closely. So this threshold is in no way seeking to prevent big players such as Netflix or Spotify, the major broadcasters. They're not going to be affected by this because they have more money and they have more subscribers than what falls under this threshold. But it protects our artists who don't fall into the conventional structure and who live off the social networks and want to continue to do so. Now, we're also talking about independent freelance artists, but there are small organizations, university groups that are on the social networks and are broadly followed. So there's nothing we're trying to hide here. It's as straightforward as that.
You could share some of those names. That was the question, actually. If you could share some of the Quebec organizations that you had gotten some support from, just the names of them would be great.
Well,
okay, Mr. Reyes, and then we soon have to go on to Ms. Rempel-Garner. She's been waiting patiently. Mr. Reyes.
Parfait.
Thank you. Well, I would have been delighted to share those names with you because I did dig those names up after my recent meeting. But given that I left the documents in my apartment, I don't have them at my disposal. And so I'm doing everything off my head. So I can't really name those organizations without referring back to my notes. Those that were 100% against, 100% for, or had a mitigated point of view. So unfortunately, I can't do justice to your highly relevant question at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. McPherson? Okay, that's fine. Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for welcoming me to Heritage Committee. I've been following the procedure of this bill through various stages for some time now, and I am concerned about the broadness of scope and the serious concerns that many well-placed advisors have brought up. I could speak to that at length. I will start by speaking to the amendment that my colleague has brought forward. This bill, I just don't understand why the government and members on this committee aren't supportive of putting some restrictions and limitations on who this impacts. Again, some of the amendments that have been defeated at this committee, they would, I think, take away some of the fears of Canadians who are rightly asking questions about what this means for them. Some of us have served longer than others here in the House and in Parliament, but so I'll just speak to my experience. I mean, when I started my public service, social media was really still in its infancy in terms of its transformation of how we consume information. But today, I mean, the reality is that traditional broadcasting and traditional ways of creating Canadian content have been disrupted, much like Uber disrupted the taxi industry. And as parliamentarians, I think we have a responsibility to ask ourselves if putting in place certain government regulations benefits the country and creators as that disruption comes through, or if it's actually hindering the emergence of new voices, new content, and Canadians actually engaging in cultural activities. And I do think that this amendment that my colleague has put forward actually would benefit many Canadians. And I just want to explain why. My colleague, Ms. McPherson, raised the issue of consulting with Quebec cultural influencers. I can name one just off the top of my head, Cynthia Dulude. She has over 600,000 YouTube subscribers. I'm sure she's been able to monetize her account. And this is a voice that wouldn't necessarily be eligible for the current structure of proceeding that we have, and rather than supporting her, this bill would allow the CRTC in many ways to essentially deem her as a broadcaster. So that's why I do think that amendments like this are beneficial to enshrining the rights of especially women who have been typically excluded from the way that we've done things in Canada for a long period of time. I fully support when you look at the progression of legislation and regulations over the years, strides that were taken to ensure that Canadian culture and content and heritage were promoted. But this bill doesn't work with the disruption that has been created in the industry. I think it just seeks to enshrine an old way of doing things. And in doing so, I actually think it marginalizes Canadian voices when we're looking at where the football is going 10, 20 years from now. In a lot of ways, the way that social media has disrupted the development of Canadian content, it's really democratize the creation of it. And I think it's a really exciting thing. There are voices that never had a platform before that now do have a platform, that don't have to go through gatekeepers. And I think that's a very positive thing for Canada, not a negative thing for Canada. Now, I understand why the gatekeepers want to gatekeep. The gatekeepers, the incumbent telco companies, those who have a stake in, making money off of grants and contributions without really promoting the advancement of heritage activities. I understand why they want to protect the status quo, because they profit off of it. But why can't we do both? And the amendments that my colleague have been suggesting would allow us to support influencers, support those who have found platforms on social media and protect them, but also allow the current way of doing things to exist. I guess this is just, maybe this is a different way of looking things, and I'm glad we're having this debate, but I don't think that government should exist to regulate away disruptive influences in the marketplace that actually benefit Canadians. We often see this. I mean, when I was vice chair of the industry committee, I made some pretty bold statements around how we need to potentially look at disrupting the way that internet is provided in Canada in order to address rural broadband issues, even access within urban centers. But you see those incumbents that benefit from the monopolistic structure that government protects, they are going to push back at that because their profit model is dependent on it. So again, I just feel like I almost feel like I'm in the twilight zone here, because you've got the left arguing for the propping up of a monopolistic structure that doesn't benefit the people in any way, shape, or form. I think it just benefits large companies that arguably, I'm not sure whether or not they've done the best job of promoting Canadian content and culture. We have the opportunity here in Parliament to rethink how government interacts with content creators. And instead, we get this bill which seeks to enshrine the status quo. I don't know why we couldn't be looking at taking the best of the status quo, like supporting particularly, Ms. McPherson brought up the issue of Quebec content creators. I don't understand why we couldn't be looking at regulations and laws that support those content creators, but at the same time acknowledging that disruption has occurred and ensuring that we're protecting those new voices and those new ways of doing things. And I really think that's what is at the heart of the amendment that has been put forward today. And there was an assertion made that there was no research done on this particular amendment, and I know that to be false. There have been white papers drafted around the world. I'm thinking of one. I can't remember the reference off the top of my head, because much like my colleague Alain, I'm jumping into this meeting last minute, but it's important for me to be here on behalf of my constituents. But I know that there was a white paper done out of Australia that did look at certain threshold limits based on the disruption that had occurred in their national market and a desire to protect those voices. The account that I mentioned out of Quebec, they're not a broadcaster. They're creating videos and giving a voice that is unique to their lens and their perspective on certain issues. For the government to try and come in and use frankly, I mean, we could have a whole other discussion about the CRTC being an outdated institution that is desperately in need of reform. But this amendment would actually limit the scope of what that outdated institution could do to the benefit of intersectional voices that all of a sudden have a platform in Canada. And I really think that if we don't put amendments like this in place, we're going to look back, in 10 years from now, and I think that Canadians will look at this debate as parliamentarians these types of amendments, people who don't support these types of amendments, parliamentarians, our country will look back and be like, why were they supporting the old way of doing things? Why weren't they supporting my voice? Why did they regulate speech? Like, why would the CRTC, why should the CRTC have a say over individual YouTube accounts? Like, why wouldn't you put clarity in this? If there is literally, if the government is true, when the government says there is no intention to regulate individual social media accounts, why wouldn't we put those safeguards in there? I mean, this isn't criminal code. This is policy that influence how business will be undertaken, and also the right to freedom of speech. Now, look, I'm going to reference another example that I've been deeply uncomfortable with, and that is the bailout for print media subsidy or subsidies for print media in Canada. I believe it's very important for our country to have a strong journalistic culture that holds all of us to account, regardless of political stripe. But when the government puts in place a fund to support media, where the government picks who determines who are the recipient of funds, there's a direct linkage there and a direct bias that's created where you no longer have independence in journalism. And that's wrong. Like, look, we can sit here and we can vociferously disagree on policy and politics, but what we should be agreeing on is that we need to have independence of media. There needs to be a separation, a clear delineation between media, the speech of Canadians, and government. And even, there's been a lot of discussion about how the government should regulate hate speech. That's another area that it's thorny, right? Because there is a lot of hate. I mean, even today, as a parliamentarian, I have received a lot of hate in the last 24 hours for statements that I've made that I strongly believe in. But that doesn't mean that I should be taking away the right of people to make those statements unless they fall under existing criminal code legislation related to libel or hate speech. We already have a criminal code for this. So if you port that concept over to C10, why would the regulator be seeking to limit the activities of individual voices in Canadians? And that's why I think C10 is a flawed piece of legislation. I don't support it in general, but at least the amendments that my colleagues are putting forward are seeking to separate this concept out. And honestly, the point that I want to make here at this committee on behalf of my constituents is that you've got this nexus right now where historically over time, our country has sought and the government has sought ways to promote Canadian content. But now we've had such a disruption in how that content is produced and consumed that porting that old style of supporting content creation onto a disrupted model, it is opening the door for government abuses on freedom of speech. And that's why it is so important for us to pass these amendments. There needs to be more structure. There needs to be more clarity, even for user accounts that the Quebec account that I mentioned earlier, I am sure she has a good business off of that. I'm sure she is making money off of that, and good for her. Awesome. That's fantastic. Why would the government seek to limit her voice? These amendments here give clarity and certainty for an emerging area of business that most Canadians are just waking up to, right? Like influencers, for us, understanding that influencers, like on a CV, that's a thing. That is a thing. People make money off of that. It's a new way of advertising. And yet I feel like we are sitting here as legislators looking at this with a lens that is 30 years old. And that's a huge problem. And like, I understand that there might be some really rote basic politics, like that there might be a polarization here to score quick political wins one way or the other. And I just encourage colleagues on this call from the bottom of my heart to look past that and say, and actually ask what's in the best interest of this country. We should be seeking to support Canadian content creation, particularly, definitely ensuring that we are supporting French language content creation as well too, but all content creation, marginalized voices that have typically not had platforms because of the gatekeepers. We should be seeking to do that while ensuring that we are acknowledging the fact that how we create content, that structure has fundamentally changed. The amendment that is at hand right now that my colleague has put in place puts clear limitations and structure around intent. So if the government's intent is X, Y, or Z, this amendment makes sense, as did the one that was defeated in this committee. I was so disappointed. I honestly thought that the government was going to put this debate to bed by proposing the amendment that was defeated earlier, that was in the media. I was actually shocked. My colleagues who are on here who have known me for a while from all political stripes know that it takes a lot to shock me. I was actually shocked. Again, there are winners and losers with C10, and why would we be doing that? Why would we be picking winners and losers? Why would we be picking voices? What I worry about is that groups that seek to promote the status quo, they have a very well-funded lobby. I know that they've been in front of many of you. They seek meetings, they seek to spin their position. But the people who are emerging in this market disruption, the voices like the account that I mentioned, they don't have a lobby. They don't have a well-funded group that's coming in talking about, how they're going to influence votes in our ridings. They're not coming in talking about, polling based on the popularity of a spun question within our ridings. They're just doing their thing. They're new content creators. They don't have that lobby, but that doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation to protect them. And the amendments that are being put forward here are designed to protect those people. They are people that they haven't had a voice in our previous iterations of cultural content creation, and they don't have a voice with these big lobby groups right now either. Like, why wouldn't we be protecting them? Why wouldn't we add this in? It makes so much sense, and that is why I'm here at the Heritage Committee today. Is just trying to cut beyond the political bluster and try and honestly, from a place of reason, to say, look 10 years from now, and understand that if we put this legislation in place without some definitions. I really do think we should go back to the drawing board. I get that parties are set in here, but if we don't get this right now, I do really think that we have opened up Canadian influencers to a chill on freedom of speech. I think that is absolutely possible. We have not done our jobs as regulators or as legislators here to tell the regulator what they can and can't do. We haven't done systemic reform of the regulator that's necessary to so that's a problem as well. But we also haven't we are trying to impose the regulatory structure of a system that exists, that was put in place before cell phones existed, onto a disrupted system of how we create content. And that is why these amendments are being put forward. And I would just say this to colleagues: if you don't like the amendment, like if you don't like the set threshold of subscribers or the advertising thresholds, then propose a sub-amendment, bring forward other research. But this bill is, as it is right now, it is bunk. It needs to be fixed. It can't pass without this happening. And I think what I'm hearing and what, from watching the media coverage of this chair, is that there is a desire among all parties to ensure that Canadian content is created, is funded, is supported, particularly French language content creation that needs to be shared across the country. I think that there's a shared desire here, but I also hope that there's a shared understanding that we shouldn't be rushing to put in place systems that could inadvertently put a chill on a freedom of speech. I'll put it this way. I've said this to people, and for those of you who were in Parliament under Prime Minister Stephen Harper and vociferously railed against them, if you would be uncomfortable with Stephen Harper having the power to regulate individual social media content, then Justin Trudeau should also be, you should also be deeply uncomfortable with Justin Trudeau being able to do that. No person, no government should have the right to regulate freedom of speech in the way that this does. At the same time, we should also be understanding that regular content creators have a right to proceed through this disruption. I know that, Canada went through a very, very sort of unsettled period of time, 3 to 4 years, when Uber disrupted the market. And there was a lot of back and forth, admittedly at the municipal level, about what bylaws should be put in place to regulate Uber and how taxi drivers were affected through that disruption. But in no time during that debate was higher level issues like freedom of speech threatened, and that's really what we've got here with this bill. It's I really think I implore my colleagues here to really think about passing smart amendments. And again, if there's a problem with the amendment, propose a sub-amendment rather than just dismissing it outright. I understand that people like Michael Geis, the former CRTC commissioner, like these might be irritants. These people might be irritants to the government right now, but I know these people. They're not partisans by any stretch. These are informed people who have been working in the space for a long period of time and genuinely care about the flaws in this legislation, because they're coming from a place of academic understanding that this is something that is flawed, deeply flawed, to the point where it is detrimental to the country. So they're not doing this from a place of partisanship or politicking. They are genuinely concerned, and we have a job as legislators to listen to those concerns in this period of time. I know that my colleague, Mr. Arnold, wants to get on. This rant chair has been brewing for some time for me. This is so crucial that we get this right. I would just put on the record, and I'm sure many of you watched the American Senate committee hearings. I think this is over a couple of years ago now, where Mark Zuckerberg came in front of the Senate committee, and the questions that were asked of him, they were so pedantic. It was like, you could just see him trying to explain to legislators what an email was. I'm being slightly facetious, but not that much. And I just feel like we are here right now. The debate that we're having is so mired in a lack of understanding of the space, as opposed to really thinking about what the role of government is in the broader discussion of this disruption that's happened in media, in how we consume information and how we create information. And I just implore you that rather than just importing a regulatory structure that is 40 years old onto a beautiful new way of doing things, in a way that could put a serious chill on it, silence voices of Canadians that finally found a platform.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Champoux, point of order.
Well, I hate to interrupt folks, Mr. Chairman, but Mr. Chairman, I get the sense that there's a bit of repetition going on here. We've heard this rhetoric in previous meetings, but I'm especially getting the sense that we are moving quite a ways away from the motion, and I'd ask that we concentrate on the motion at hand.
Thank you, Mr. Champoux. Ms. Rimple-Garner, yeah, I, for the most part, I feel that you've been into the debate over the particular amendment. There's no doubt about it. And I love it when we all stay on the level playing field. Once in a while, I allow colleagues to meander through the bleachers once in a while. However, I need you to come back to the playing field if you want to talk about this particular amendment. Thank you so much, ma'am. You have the floor. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Chair. Mr. Shampoo, I had said I was wrapping up, but now I feel like I need to explain a few more things, unfortunately. If you had given me another 10 seconds, I would have closed. I was on the grand finale, but perhaps now I will take a few more minutes to discuss the motion at hand. So again, to colleagues who are looking at the amendment reads, I believe, this act does not apply in respect to the online undertakings that have fewer than 500,000 subscribers in Canada or receive less than $80 million per year in advertising subscription usage or membership from the transmission or retransmission of programs over the internet every 2 years after the day on which subsection 1 comes into force. The Commission must, with the approval of the Governor and Council, subscriber and revenue thresholds and make regulations to increase them as required. This is smart. This is smart because it actually puts in place form and substance on a bill where it did not exist before. This amendment talks about what the materiality principle is in relation to the regulator, and that has not been described anywhere else in this law. And again, like there are bodies of knowledge and work that have been undertaken to, I think, support that as an increase, as a starting point. What I like about the structure of this amendment is that it says, here's a starting point. Here's a starting point. But on an annual basis, on a biannual basis, there's a requirement for the Commission to review whether or not that's adequate in terms of how Canadian content creators are actually growing. So it's got this built-in review process, and that's why it's elegant, right? So for colleagues, I know that some colleagues have asked, I believe it was Ms. McPherson, well, how did you come up with this threshold? I believe that my understanding is that he came up with it based on white papers that have been produced around the world. But he's also built in this mechanism here to say we have a review process to ensure that it is adequate over a period of time. I think that review process, if I was going to change it, I'm not going to propose a sub-amendment, but if I was going to change it, that review process should also take into consideration the impact that the current incumbents have and the current system has. Like why should we just give them a free pass here too? Why shouldn't we be talking about their actual views? I mean, the white elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about is like how many views does CBC News actually get on any evening? Or how many views does CTV News get on an actual evening? Yet we are moving, heck and high water, Chair, to protect them. So perhaps that's something the committee could discuss as well, is like how are we putting checks and balance on the incumbents that actually benefit from maintaining the status quo? So I do think that the review process that's built into here is elegant, it's nice, and it recognizes that this is an emerging field of regulation. Again, C10, the need for a review process that's built into the amendment, it acknowledges that C10 is coming in almost like ham-fisted, this very like bull in a china shop approach to ramming a regulatory process that doesn't really reflect the reality of new content creation. So again, I know that my colleagues are going to propose other amendments to try and do what we've been talking about, which is recognize that we shouldn't be putting a chill on freedom of speech and that we shouldn't be unduly burdening a new source of economic revenue for Canadians. But this is an excellent amendment. I hope that colleagues approach these not from that blind partisan perspective, but more from the perspective of let's get this right on behalf of Canadian women, Indigenous voices, Black voices, persons of color, members of the, LGBTQ plus community that traditionally haven't had voices that now have voices and platforms. We put amendments in place to protect them and be clear on what the role of the regulator is. So to my colleague, Mr. Reyes, good work, excellent, well done. You have served your constituents well, and I implore my colleagues on this committee to really think about this so that when we are looking back in 10 years to these committee hearings, which will undoubtedly be referenced in numerous challenges, that we're on the right side of history and we're on the right side of a disruption that's happened. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, welcome to committee, Ms. Rempel-Garner. I think this is the first time in this parliament you've been on this committee. And I go from one rookie to another, rookie for the committee, that is. Mr. Arnold, who has astonishingly beautiful riding of British Columbia. I say that with a great deal of bias in your favor. Mr. Arnold, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's good to see you again. We certainly had some splendid times on Fisheries Committee, or FOPO, and it was interesting to hear another member mention today that FOPO Committee had to be canceled because of the proceedings here. I sit on that committee, and indeed the meeting was canceled just minutes before the meeting was to start, but no explanation given. So I had to come to this committee to find out the reason why my regular committee had been canceled. But I want to speak to this amendment that's been proposed and how it puts limits and parameters around who will be affected by this. And this is certainly needed. We've seen in the past how legislation that was rushed through caused unintended consequences. And I want to refer to unintended consequences that my constituents have been calling me about just recently. They can't buy home insurance. They can't find home insurance. And why? It's because the Cannabis Act, Bill C-17.
Mr. Chair,
one moment, please. One moment.
Point of order.
One second. Yes, point of order, Mr. Brusen. Go ahead.
I've been okay walking around the warehouse and all the rest, as you do. But I think when we're talking insurance, we have wandered far out and beyond. If perhaps he can bring it back to the amendment.
Mr. Arnold, as wide swinging as the arc may be for your comparison, perhaps we could swing back to the amendment at question.
I certainly will, Mr. Chair, but I
Mr. Arnold, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly will bring it back, but I cannot do that properly without the full circle of where we got to with this. And I referred to the Cannabis Act because in that act, it was the limitation of 4 plants per household was the limit that was put on individuals and households through that legislation. I have constituents that a couple who both have medicinal marijuana grow permits. They are permitted to grow, both of them. The 2 of them have the 2 licenses, but because they grow more than 4 plants in their home, they have been denied home insurance. I have another constituent that now can't get a mortgage because he can't get home insurance, all because of legislation that was rushed through without parameters and without limits.
One moment, Mr. Arnold. I'm going to have to ask you to stop for a moment. Mr. Sidu, you have a point of order.
Yes, I don't know what the relevance. I forgot what committee I'm on because the topic is just so off.
You're on Canadian Heritage, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what the relevance to the topic that
the
All right.
colleague is speaking of. Thank you, Mr. Sidu. As you know, Mr. Arnold, again, we try to be germane to the point. I'm enjoying the story, don't get me wrong. However, I do have a job to stay on track. Perhaps you'd like to continue with the advice of others. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly will bring it back to how it applies to this legislation and this particular amendment. This amendment will put parameters around who will be affected by the legislation. As I was pointing out, with the cannabis legislation that was put through, there were no parameters put in place. That legislation could have been modified, could have been amended so that it didn't have the unintended consequences that it is having now with individuals in their homes, constituents, people. That is who we have to consider when we're drafting legislation. We need to consider not just the big corporations, but we need to consider every individual, every constituent who may be affected intentionally or unintentionally by legislation. this piece of legislation needs to be amended so that we don't have those unintended consequences. And that is why I brought this issue forward. We've also seen how interpretations can be changed or reinterpreted in very short notice, even though the interpretation or the regulation has been placed in place for years. And I refer to a recent reinterpretation of fisheries regulations that basically risked putting the entire spot prawn fleet, or a large portion of the spot prawn fleet, out of work this summer in British Columbia, simply because someone reinterpreted how the regulation should apply. And just another example of how the legislation needs to be fully thought through. There needs to be parameters put in place to ensure that we don't have those unintended consequences. And Ms. Rempel-Garner said it best: when we want people looking back at this legislation in 10 years' time, we want them to say that we got it right. We don't want them looking back and say, boy, they really messed up on this. They should have had parameters. They should have had guidelines. They should have made sure that this legislation affected those that it really was aimed at. And that's where this legislation started out. We understood 10 months or months ago in November of 2020 that this legislation was to make those media giants, online giants, pay their fair share towards Canadian content. Now we have changes to it in the final hours that really make Canadians concerned for their freedom of expression. I've never had as much correspondence to my office, to me individually on the street, about anything as I have about this piece of legislation. People concerned that they may have their personal content censored online by the CRT, by the powers that are in this act. If we can't modify it, if we can't amend it through these sensible amendments that my colleagues have put forward, and Mr. Reyes, I commend you for recognizing a flawed piece of legislation and how to correct it so that it could be moved forward. These are the actions that we need to take as individual legislators, as a committee, to point out the flaws, to make the corrections, make the amendments, and make a bill that works for every Canadian, not just the ones that we think are going to support this mass move towards censorship of Canadian content. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I think I'll wrap up fairly shortly here. But as you can see, by what I put forward, I pointed out how the rushed legislation of the past has caused unintended consequences. And we certainly don't want to be, I don't want to be responsible as my first opportunity to have any input into this committee or this legislation. I don't want people looking back at what I did on this committee and say it was a mistake. Mr. Chair, we can do better than this, and I certainly hope we do. And I would now turn it back to one of my colleagues who I'm sure has more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold, but I don't see any hands up right now. Therefore, with that, oh, look, I do. Monsieur Reyes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take long. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Yes, I see. Okay, no worries. So I'd just like to take a moment. I don't think that there are any more questions about the amendment that's been moved, but just a reminder to all members of the committee, the ultimate goal is to set some kind of framework. We know that the CRTC needs a framework, and there's a lot of frustration since the withdrawal of 4.1 and the overhaul of the bill that we've been seeing from the very beginning of the process. So I'd ask members of the committee to take this request into consideration. I feel that it's reasonable. In addition to what Australia recommends, and which will provide for a modicum of protection for users and small players on social networks so that they're not controlled, hamstrung, straitjacketed, that we add regulations, paperwork, burdens. They're just wanting freedom of expression. That's all they want as a way of expressing their art forms. And that's the same that's where we feel the same here and the world over. I'm proud as a Quebecer. I'm proud as a Canadian. I'm proud to see our artists succeed on the world stage, the Cirque du Soleil that has travelled the entire globe. Now, I'm not sure that had there other countries prevented the Cirque du Soleil from coming to their countries, well, would they have enjoyed the success story that they have known thus far? So the idea is not to, in fact, look inwards, but rather to look outwards and to be proud of exporting our creativity on the world stage and leave these individuals and groups the freedom to express themselves on social networks. The situation has radically changed. There are digital players. There are some broadcasters that have had to close up shop. Cine Plus. Some of them are more closed, like Cine Plus and Netflix, and there are others that are completely open source that allow their users to make a choice as to what they want to download. So that's the dichotomy. So we have an obligation as legislators to protect both creators and their content, and I think that this 9.2 proposed amendment perfectly meets those needs. I would have preferred there to be no standards whatsoever, but at least with this amendment will protect some standards, and under point 2 and point 3, the CRTC will be able to review this threshold every 2 years.
Because I didn't have time to go and get my notes because of the lack of notice we had for this meeting. So I would ask for committee members to factor that in their voting, in addition to the instruction that you've received for your strategies. And we know that they have a power over this committee by imposing this gag order and imposing this last-minute meeting. That was done by the whips behind closed doors. So I want for us to make sure that we protect all users, Canadians, Quebecers, social media users, to protect social media. And it isn't just about dog or cat videos. Some people try to boil it down to that. But we're also talking about creators who create quality products, documentaries, without budgets, with their tools on social media in a democratic way, the same way as we with our cell phones are able to do so many things with our applications at very low prices. And the result is that we have democratized information in the digital world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Okay, now we go to another tourist come by to visit, and I mean tourists in the best sense. Mr. Polyev, before you start, we're going to need a sound check from you. So I just spoke of Mr. Arnold's beautiful riding. It's absolutely stunning. I want you to talk about your riding and just how stunning it is in one sentence or less, please, so I can get a sound check. Go ahead.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm from the beautiful capital area riding of Carleton, where roughly 100,000 Canadian citizens are excited to have a chance to express themselves freely online, if they're still allowed.
Just one second. one second. I'm just going to get the confirmation from our interpreters. And we get a thumbs up. Oh, and we got a thumbs up. Mr. Polyev, welcome. And the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, here we are today with the government censoring debate on a censorship bill. Really an incredible compounding attack on our freedoms as Canadians. What's at stake here is Section 2B of the Charter, freedom of expression. So really, what we're debating is to be or not to be. That is the question. Will Canadians continue to have their Section 2B rights to express themselves uninhibited by a government bureaucracy? Before us is a bill that would allow government bureaucrats to rig algorithms, technological algorithms, in order to favor certain kinds of pro-government content online, while discouraging content government does not want us to see, and in some cases taking that content off the internet altogether. Now, they tell us that this new power, which we've done just fine without for the last 20 years since the internet blossomed and online communications and the existence of social media occurred, is necessary to protect Canadian content, though they can't tell us exactly what Canadian content is. Apparently, for example, when the CBC plagiarizes a CNN story out of Washington and runs a full story without even mentioning Canada about what's happening in the United States, that would be considered Canadian content. My local community association in Canada puts out a newsletter informing a Canadian audience about what's happening in a Canadian community, produced by a Canadian author. Well, that would not be considered Canadian content, and therefore would be knocked down on the algorithmic food chain and pushed out of sight and out of mind.
Point of order,
so
Mr. Chairman.
we don't, and I see we have a Liberal
one
member
moment,
trying to
Poilievre.
censor my
second,
content right now.
Yeah, I just want to hang on to that editorial for just a moment. I'm sure you will have ample time to do that. Mr. Housefather, point of order. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my friend, you say you want to keep things on the ball field. My friend isn't even in the outfield. He's not even in the bleachers. He's outside the stadium. So perhaps if he can move back to the amendment, it would be greatly appreciated. He's well smart enough to be on the amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Poilievre, first of all, we're on 9.2, which is the amendment put forward, moved by Mr. Shields, and regarding reference number 583, the last three numbers. Goodness knows I appreciate any reference to Shakespeare and the like. However, as I've said to them before, thinking outside the box is allowed. I'm fairly flexible, but I can't have you wandering outside the warehouse. So, Mr. Poilievre, with that in mind, please, the floor is yours.
I understood that the Heritage Committee was a place for promoting the arts, so I thought what better to do than to quote Shakespeare as one of the world's most famous artists. But it is interesting that members of the government side are now trying to censor what I do and don't say here in a parliamentary committee on a censorship bill. I don't know how many times we can go around this Orwellian tree, but it looks like an awfully strange action for a government to shut down debate on a bill this important, giving a notice to the committee. You only have 5 hours to finish up your work, then send the bill back and ram it into law so that the censorship can begin before Canada Day. That is really what the government's agenda is. The reason I mention the issue of Canadian content, Mr. Chair, is that this really comes down to who decides. Who decides what is Canadian content? I haven't heard a single name of a CRTC official who's going to be on this decision desk looking at content and saying, oh, yeah, that qualifies. There's a maple leaf in that one, so it's in. The other one only has a beaver and some maple syrup, so it's not quite Canadian enough. And the third one, of course, it might have a Canadian goose in it, but that doesn't quite meet our criteria of Canadian. We know what Canadian content will be when the bureaucrats and the government officials have a chance to decide. It will be pro-government, liberal-leaning, boring, statist content that is approved of by the establishment crowd and in general, and the liberal glitterati in particular. That's what will be qualifying as Canadian content. And of course, the reason why the government needs a bill like this is because if it just allowed people to choose what they wanted to watch with the clicks of their fingers, they know that people would choose differently than the government wants. The government would choose to listen to dissenting voices as they do. In fact, on my social media, we do reach millions of people, about 4 million people a month. But I'm not probably Canadian enough for the government officials, and I suspect that the audiences I reach who will consume the information I provide would be deprived of that point of view in favor of a more approved message, something that CRTC would be confident in allowing them to hear. When someone can't win the debate, what do? They shut down the debate and put their put themselves in charge of that debate. And that's why I'm here today, to stand up against censorship and to fight back on behalf of the millions of Canadians who demand their right to free speech. I also note that when the government claims support for this bill, all they do is quote lobbyists. They don't quote artists, they quote lobbyists. Because what this bill would effectively do is it would favor those content producers with the best lobbyist rather than those with the best product. Whenever the government decides who is seen and heard, then those who have influence in the government become the deciders of what gets heard and what does not. And of course, the everyday man and woman who produces content in their own way will be disadvantaged because they don't have political influence. It will be those organizations quoted so often by this minister that have their voices heard because, of course, they have the influence in Ottawa. They have the money. They have the big broadcasting corporations funding them, and they will have a megaphone that everyone else will lack. So this is about basically converting the power of the state into a louder megaphone for the favored few at the expense of the voices of the very many. And that's why I'm proud to fight against it. I'm also proud that a conservative government would repeal every single
point of order,
word
Mr. Chair.
of this,
every
single word of this bill.
Mr. Poilievre, sorry. Folks, when someone does point of order, can we please just everyone be silent once we say that? Because what's going to happen is we're all going to escalate our voices to the point. I just want you to remember that someone's ear is attached to your microphone, that those would be of the interpreters. And when we elevate the sound, it's hard on them. And I don't know if you've noticed, but recently there's been more of that going on. So I ask you humbly, please don't do that. So if someone says point of order, let's try to stop right there, and I'll deal with such. Ms. Ian, you have a point of order. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Shakespeare. I appreciate a lot of things, but just pointing out that we need to stick to this amendment, which talks about subscribers, which talks about a lot of things, but not what my fellow colleague is talking about now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Ian. Okay, Mr. Poilievre, go ahead. The floor is yours. Again, with the advice of others about staying within the confines of our amendment. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Right. Stay within the confines. Within the confines, right.
Of the standing
and I think
order,
it's a good illustration that point of order, and the earlier one is a good illustration. Government doesn't want certain things said, and so they shut down the voices who say them. There are confines of what's allowed to be spoken in Canada, and anybody who goes outside those confines risks being silenced. So we have here a vivid demonstration.
Point of order,
where
Mr.
government
Chair.
members
Point of order.
trying to silence dissenting voices.
Please, once again, when someone says point of order, I really would love for everyone to give me the floor so I can deal with it. Ms. Ian, you have a point of order again?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take no instruction, Mr. Chair, from a member of a party who called me a token when I walked into the House for the first time.
Ms. Ian,
thank you.
Ian, I apologize, but that's not a point of order. That's more of debate. Mr. Poilievre, you have the floor.
there definitely is an effort by the government here to silence voices that disagree with their agenda. And so here they are shutting down debate.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Here we go. Here we go again.
Sorry. Okay, everyone. Mr. Housefather, is a point of order.
No, I'm point of order.
I actually was asking for you, Mr. Chair, on a point of information. Do the standing orders not require members to speak to the amendment before them, as opposed to the gallivanting that we're now having?
Mr. Housefather, okay, I'm gonna. I think what Mr. Housefather is referring to is the standing orders that talk about the issue of relevancy. I will. Is it on the same point of order, Mr. Reyes?
No point of order.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Shields. I apologize. Your hand was up. Go ahead.
Thank you. In the time we're at, this is a long time. I'm not sure where you're going to schedule a break, but I'm just sort of bringing that to your attention now as we're moving through this. It's going to be a long session. And so when you're going to do it, just reminding that we need to do it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timing. How about
Mr. Chair, point of order?
Reyes, is it on the same point of order as in the bio break, or is it the same point of order Mr. Housefather brought up? Oh, you have something different? Okay, well, before you get to that, I just want to deal with Mr. Shields' point. Yes, there will be one rather shortly. I'm probably going to do it in about 15 or 20 minutes. I try not to interrupt people to do this.
Yeah.
That's no pressure on you, Mr. Polyev. But Mr. Reyes, go ahead. You have another point?
Je sais pas, Monsieur le Président, c'est la même.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if it's the same comment. I did not understand what Mr. Shields said because my headset was not plugged in. But the meeting has been in session for quite some time. I don't want to interrupt Mr. Poilievre. I'm sure he'll have the opportunity to continue, but I think that we have earned a few minutes health break, especially given that I myself ran from the House of Commons. I didn't even have time to stop at the facilities. I drank my coffee. I would like to have a few moments for a bio break, and I don't want to miss all of the interventions by colleagues.
Yes, I understand. Okay, now I'll say that two people constitutes critical mass of a bio break. May I take it upon myself to make that judgment? Okay, Mr. Polyev, my apologies, but it seems that the break is outweighing your time on the floor. You will have the floor when we return. I just want to remind everyone that how we normally do this, up to about 5 minutes. If you could turn off your video, but turn it back on when you come back, so it gives me an idea that we've reached a critical mass of members to reconvene. And when we do that, Mr. Polyev, you will have the floor.
Thank you.
All right. So we will now suspend for 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your break. Mr. Polyev, you had the floor, sir, and we invite you to resume.
Well, Orwell said, Mr. Chair, that if freedom of speech means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. Obviously, government members on this committee do not want to hear what I have to say, but I still have the right to say it. And regulators do not want to hear what Canadians have to say. They still have the right to say it. And we will, we have to stand alone as conservatives in this fight for freedom of expression, so we will do. We will stand for the right of people to say what they like and express themselves freely without interference and coercion by the state. And that is why we are here with such contention today. It's why we have fought so hard on the floor of the House of Commons, and it is why we have committed very proudly to be the only party that will repeal C-10 and restore free speech online for all Canadians. You know, the numerous senior ministers, including the Prime Minister, have said they see COVID as an opportunity for them to expand the power and scope of the state, make people like them more powerful. And that is why they have attempted to take over large parts of the economy, massively increase government spending, limit freedom and choice for parents and how they raise their kids, and now censor what people say online. If members of the government think we're going to sit by and allow that to happen, then they've ignored 800 years of parliamentary history where the commoners have routinely stood up to defend their freedom through the system of parliament that we have inherited through so many generations. Mais ce que je trouve intéressant, c'est que...
But what I find interesting, and it doesn't surprise me a tad that the Liberals want to expand the federal government's power and give federal public servants the ability to control public discourse. But what surprises me is that the Bloc Québécois that claims to want to separate from Canada and disentangle itself from the federal government's authority, it is propping up legislation that would give federal public servants of the Government of Canada to control the discourse, the public discourse of Quebecers. Now, it's no longer the Bloc Québécois, it's the centralising bloc, isn't it? The bloc now would appear to want to give the federal government the ability to control what Quebecers say, what comes out of their mouths. How in any way is that coherent or consistent rather, with the whole notion of the Quebec nation and its sovereignty and independence, i.e. give Ottawa the ability to control what Quebecers say. Now, we, on the Conservative side, are the only party that will truly defend Quebecers' free speech. Apparently, we're the only party to have a handle on the fact that the content of speech, that is, words that are uttered by people, do not fall either under federal or provincial jurisdiction, but the individual's purview. It is the freedom of each and every person to express themselves as they see fit, and freely, in an unfettered manner, without the interference of the state. Now, we believe that each and every Quebecer should be able to decide themselves what to say, how to say it, when to say it, and so on and so forth. Now, look, we have a sovereigntist party in Quebec that would hand over this authority, this power to the Canadian federal government to straitjacket Quebecers' free speech. It's highly ironic. And I think that most Quebecers would be quite surprised to hear that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of a massive power grab on the part of the federal government. an expansion of the federal government's power in this realm. So we are proud as Conservatives to stand up for the public, to stand up for the autonomy and agency of each and every Quebecer, their freedom to express themselves and say what they want on the internet and elsewhere. And I would have hoped that the Bloc Québécois would want to support those freedoms. And I would have been proud had that been the case. But I'm disappointed that there is no other party that's ready to stand up and do what we're prepared to do. Now, the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals are both seemingly listening to lobbyists and federal public servants that just want to protect their own interests by excluding people and controlling content. This flies in the face of Quebec artists and creators' free agency, and this is what the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois are engaging in. Now, they'll have an opportunity to vote for the only party that's in favour of freedom of speech, and that is the Conservative Party of Canada. So that is the debate that we are grappling with. Now, there's still time. The Bloc Québécois might wake up to itself and realise that Quebecers don't want a bar of the federal government deciding on their behalf, and that Quebecers should have the freedom to express themselves as they fit, including Quebecers.
You know, we have all the other parties who want to give more power to bureaucrats, lobbyists, and politicians, and one party that wants to give power back to the people, and that's the Conservative Party. We're standing up all by ourselves to defend the principle that people should be able to express themselves, even if the government and the political establishment close to the government disagree. And I'm proud, quite frankly, that we're taking this principled stand, that we are speaking our mind and defending the millions of Canadians who are going to be voiceless if this bill passes. But what we've seen from the other parties is a desire to massively increase the power of the state at the expense of the people. And when the state becomes more powerful, the people become weaker and smaller. And that, of course, is the goal, the purpose of this bill and so many other power grabs that we have witnessed over the last year. Remember, when this pandemic began, the first thing the Prime Minister did was try to pass a law empowering him to raise any tax to any level for any reason without even holding a vote for 2 years. He wanted to have that power locked in until the year 2022. The ability just to raise any tax with an executive order. That has never been done in our parliamentary system. The basic principle of no taxation without representation means that the government can't tax what Parliament doesn't approve. He tried to take that power away and impose higher taxes on the Canadian people. Instead, we fought back, and he, to the credit of the Canadian people who joined us in the backlash, he backed down. And we hope that he will back down again before this censorship bill becomes law. There has been a massive outcry against this bill, as you all know. You've heard it. Your leader has heard it. And I think, unfortunately, here's the problem. Instead of recognizing the opposition, this Prime Minister has been threatened by it. He said the last thing we need is more dissent and debate in this country, because then people won't agree with him. So he needs to pass a law to shut them down, silence their voices, and prevent them from speaking up in the future. And that is exactly what this bill does. Now, the bill in its entirety needs to be repealed, every single word of it. But not only that, it's interesting that my original suspicions about this bill were fulfilled. I said on the floor of the House of Commons last year, actually, before the bill got much notice, that it would lead to internet censorship. But the government had put in this section saying user-generated content would be excluded. User-generated content being the material that everyday Canadians post online. And so they were able to use that as a fig leaf to cover up their true censorship intentions. But then the fig leaf dropped about a month and a half ago when the government, with the backing of other opposition parties, removed that one protection that was supposed to let everyday Canadians continue to post what they wanted online. They just eliminated that altogether. Even though the department's own charter analysis had shown that the bill relied on that protection in order to keep the bill constitutionally viable. They said, don't worry, this bill won't touch freedom of speech. It's got this one key exclusion. And then they took that exclusion out. And here we are with a bill that will control online content and allow governments to dictate what people see and say online. So we're going to continue to fight this bill right through all the stages in our efforts to defeat it. I think the Prime Minister is in a mad rush to get it through so that he can have it in place, locked in before the next election. Perhaps he thinks that some of the censorship elements in the bill will help him win the election, help suppress criticism of him while he's on the campaign trail, so that nobody can expose the corruption of his government, the mismanagement of the pandemic, his horrendous failures at the early stages of the outbreak. All of these things can be suppressed by preventing what people say online. And then we will be stuck with, of course, the model of a very small group of liberals in the press gallery dictating the narrative and campaigning for the Prime Minister without having the release valve for Canadians to speak out and spread information and thoughts of their own online. That is, I think, the model that the Prime Minister feels most comfortable with, where you have 30 or 40 liberal press gallery types who go around spreading his message and attacking his enemies. And no one is allowed to speak up to the contrary because there's a government regulation to prevent their voices from being heard. I think a lot of liberals have been bewildered by this new social media environment that they can't control, because for so long, of course, they had such an iron grip on the discourse when a small oligopoly of media enterprises could dominate political press coverage. So in that environment, liberals thrive because a small group of elites tell everyone else what to think, and those who dissent are left in the wilderness. So they want to bring back that model, a model that is threatened by open, free speech and the free expression and circulation of ideas. You can't maintain a small oligopoly of media voices when everyday people are able to compete in a free market. So Trudeau needs to abolish the free market of ideas and bring back a small group of media sycophants, give them the exclusive ability to dominate the discourse. And then when he gets back to that position, then no one will be able to contradict him or the overall party line. So we as Conservatives, rest assured, will fight back against this. We will, and in the end, we will win. We will win this debate. And we will overturn this bill, whether we do it before the election or after. This bill will be defeated, and freedom of speech will be restored. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Seeing no further discussion, but yes, I do. Mr. Waugh, you have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I welcome everyone to committee here once again. And I want to thank the member from Carleton, and I want to thank the member from Calgary Nose Hill, because both of those members have huge followings on Facebook. And this is the concern that we have in committee, that when you get to 500,000 plus, the government or the CRTC will start looking into your activities. And that's why today in committee, and even though we got rushed into committee today, and I think the chair duly noted his disappointment on the meeting here that we did have today, because we were scheduled for Friday morning. And now I see we're also going to meet tomorrow morning, Thursday morning, from 11 to 1. So we're rushing through this bill, as we all know. It is flawed, and it has been talked about for quite some time about this bill. This amendment by Mr. Reyes I've talked to before, and I like it. No fewer than 500,000 subscribers in Canada or receive less than 80 million per year in advertising. We've talked about why those numbers, because it equals what they have in Australia, more or less. And so when Mr. Reyes brought forward this amendment, this was well thought out of. We had some, information from Australia that he certainly followed, and that's why we put forward this amendment, and it's a very good one. The second one here, and I'm going to read it: every 2 years after the day on which subsection number 1 comes into force, the Commission must, with the approval of the Governor in Council, review the subscriber and revenue thresholds and may make regulations to increase them as required. We even talked about this, Mr. Chair, earlier, because it might want to decrease them as required, the regulations on the CRTC's point. I think the member from Carleton brought up a very good point. We have not heard a lot from the CRTC until the chair was here, but now, we all know that this bill will have major ramifications for the CRTC in their workload. You will have listened to me for months, the concern I have with the CRTC, and I understand, with the recent changes on licensing, some want the 7-year licenses because it keeps everyone in check. Others don't, because, to be quite honest, when this bill, if it does get passed, will put strenuous time restraints on the CRTC, the chair, Ian Scott, along with members. We all know, sitting around this table, we're concerned with the CRTC's involvement with this bill. I've seen it as a conventional broadcaster. I've seen it for 4 decades, where they hand off the license and then don't return for another 6.5 years, when the conventional broadcasters in this country have violated their agreement with the CRTC almost the first week into the 7-year contract. So, if you're going to give conventional broadcasters the white flag and say, we're going to do away with the 7-year contract on a license, that opens another can of worms that I think in this country we all have concerns with. It was interesting in the National Post today, the front page of the National Post and Windsor Star, Saskatoon Star, Phoenix, all their newspapers that they own in this country, and they have a big base in this country, the National Post. And the front page of the National Post today, a message to the Prime Minister. And so many Canadians, there's not as many today subscribing to our newspapers, I would say, that we've had in the past. We all know that story. But it was an interesting read by the publisher of National Post, the owners, signaling that their business is in trouble and they're worried about Google and Facebook like the rest of us. But I really question the timing of the front page today in the National Post. Knowing that we had less than 5 hours to go through C10, and I really questioned, as a former broadcaster, why today, why June 9th, you have a full-page editorial in all the newspapers that the National Post own in this country, many of them, that you give a signal to the Prime Minister to deal with Facebook, to deal with Google and all the other social media. It was strange timing. You know, I read between the lines on it. They've had their hands out, as we know. They're part of the 600 million already guaranteed to many in this country for the newspaper industry that the Liberals have given many owners of newspapers in this country. And yet today, Wednesday, June 10th, 2 days before we're going to shut down debate and the gag order on C10, here we have a full-page editorial in every national newspaper owned by the National Post in this country. So I agree with the amendment. You know, and it was interesting today, and I'm glad Calgary Nose Hill and the member from Carleton were on, because they are going to be targeted, because they will easily have 500,000 subscribers. They will easily be in line with the CRTC, flagged. Yes, they may not have the 80 million per year in advertising, but they will have millions of followers on Facebook. And to me, they are going to be flagged. And I think, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate both the members coming forward this late in committee, because they are concerned. They are concerned about free speech, their free speech, as we don't really know what is going to happen after this bill. How involved will the CRTC be? I think they're going to be heavily involved in social media, more so than the conventional TV, conventional radio, which we really haven't even talked about a lot in C10. I've had many radio owners in this country concerned because this bill got off the rails. We were trying to save radio and television stations in the country, and then we, thanks to 4.1, we got derailed into the social media. And so I know, talking to many radio and TV owners, they're concerned this bill does nothing for them, and it does everything for social media. And now the CRTC is directing all of their attention towards Google, Facebook, and so on, Netflix and Disney and the rest of them. And they're very concerned that going forward, if this bill does pass before we rise, and also in the Senate, that their concerns have long ago been talked about. When we all had lobbyists knocking on our door, when we came back in the fall, and then when we started this C10, it seems like a long time ago that, you know, we've opened the doors to radio stations across this country, conventional and networks, left and right. And to me, they've been forgotten now. We barely remember who came to committee on their behalf with their concerns, as we've been absorbed in the free speech debate that we have facing C10. The number 3 is interesting, because it says here, the minister must prepare a report on the commission's review under subsection number 2 and submit the report to the standing committee of each House of Parliament that normally considers matters relating to broadcasting. So just in conclusion, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for your words when we did reconvene today on a Wednesday instead of Friday. Your comments were well observed coast to coast, as I'm seeing social media. And I too was surprised that we got called back early for this, because I think we all agreed we were going to do the 5 hours, which would have been 2 on Friday, 2 on Monday, and maybe 1 more next week. And we knew that we could have extended meetings. So saying that, I like this clause. I like what Mr. Reyes has brought forward in 9.2, number 1, 2, and 3. And as we move forward on this, let's not forget the conventional television stations, the networks, because my fear is when this bill, if it does pass, then we're going to see more carnage in that business of television and radio. We've seen enough in the last year or two, but my fear now is we have forgotten about those that we were to deal with, first of all, in this bill. And the carnage with layoffs could be tremendous in the fall once this bill does pass. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Mr. Waugh. Okay, seeing no further conversation or debate on this particular amendment, once again, I want to point out to everybody where exactly we are. So again, open up your hymn books to page, well, it doesn't have a page, but it's CPC 9.2. 9.2, which is reference number, the last three numbers, 583, which was moved by Mr. Shields. This is clause 7 after line 19. Okay, so shall CPC 9.2 carry?
Nope.
I hear a no. Madam Clerk, vote please.
Sure. Mr. Sidhu?
Nay.
Mr. Bruson?
Nope.
Mr. Turnbull?
No.
Ms. Ian?
No.
Mr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Rempel-Garner? Monsieur Reyes?
Oui.
Mr. Shields? Oh, apologies. Mr. Shields? Mr. Genuis?
Madame la Présidente, je pense que Monsieur le
Mr. Chair.
Moment, please. Yeah, there seems to be some confusion as to who is on and who is subbed in and not. So I want to make sure this is right, folks, on this vote. Why don't we start with the Conservative Party again? We'll start, Mr. Reyes. I believe we started with you. Is that correct?
Did you want me to start at the
Yeah,
Conservative
and just go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Genuis is sub for Mr.
Correct.
Mr. Shields.
Yeah.
I just didn't see him in the room.
Can I just get on the list, please?
One moment, please. One moment. Mr. Genis, oh, there you are. Okay, so Mr. Genis, you are subbed in?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I was asking the clerk.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, he is subbed in. Okay, so why don't we start, because I don't want to get this wrong, folks. Let's start with the Conservatives again. We'll start with Mr. Reyes.
Mr.
Chair, just point of order.
One moment, please. One moment. Who's the point? Sorry, I'm looking across the screen. Mr. Genis, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I'm just asking to get on the list. I'm not sure what the process is, but wherever the list ends off, I'd like to get on it.
It's virtual. You just
it's hand raised. Okay, sorry. So I'll just raise my hand. Is that how it works? Okay.
You most certainly can, but we're still in the middle of voting, I'm afraid. So,
Mr. Chair,
what, Mr. Polyev?
Am I
point of order?
I didn't get I was not. My name was not read out for the roll call.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
No, sir,
Madam
you're not
Clerk,
subbed in.
You're not subbed in, sir. Sorry.
I understood that I was subbed in.
Not by our clerk. No, not officially. You may want to check with your whip. So let's start with Mr. Reyes once more. Let's start with the vote on the Conservative Party. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Désolé. Monsieur Reyes? Monsieur Reyes?
Je vote oui, mais je veux...
I vote yes, but I just want to say that given that my light has gone out, I'm going to get up and turn it on, and I'll be right back.
Oui.
Okay.
Ms. Rempel-Garner? Mr. Genuis?
Je vote oui aussi.
Could I have another check if I've been sworn in?
Mr. Polyev, we've already checked. I'll do it again because
there could be an update.
You know, I'm probably one of the nicest persons you've ever met. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of flexibility here. Madam Clerk, is Mr. Polyev signed into committee?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's settled.
Mr. Waugh?
Continue with the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shampoo?
No.
Ms. McPherson? Sorry, Mr. Bouleris, my apologies.
Oui, on peut difficilement nous confondre. Je vote.
It's hard to confuse us, but I vote no.
Oui.
I heard yes.
7 nays, 3 yays.
I declare the amendment negative. Apologize for the confusion, folks. Just remember that when you do appear on the committee, you're subbing in for someone. It has to be cleared with the clerk in order to do that. Okay, so please check to see if you're. I know I see a lot of faces come and go here, so please make sure before. And what I'll do is the next time we have a vote, I'm going to pause so that everybody can, through their whatever device they contact their whip with in this virtual world, please check so that we can make this go by a little smoother. Now, I declare the amendment negatived.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Arnold. Go ahead.
I only realized there was only 3 votes for Conservatives. I believe I was logged in, but I had no notification that I was logged out of the committee again. My name wasn't called.
Madam Clerk, you want to clarify?
Apologize, sir. You are in the committee. You are here currently, but you are subbed in for Mr. Waugh, who is a member of the committee who is present. So your substitution does not count.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, I had, now that we're moving on to 9.3. 9.3. And again, I remind everyone, if you look at your song sheets once more, you'll see that the last 3 numbers in the reference will be 641. And that is CPC 9.3. And that's where we are currently. Now, Mr. Arnold, your hand is up. I'm assuming that's your legacy hand from the last comment you made? Indeed.
Yes, it's
okay.
down now. Thank you, Chair.
And I think, Mr. Jennings, you wanted to get on the list. We're now at 9.3, CPC 9.3.
Yeah, no, sorry. I assume that Mr. Reyes, one of the regular members, will want to go first on this, but I'll want to comment on it as well after they do.
Okay, I'm looking for Mr. Reyes. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to table Amendment 9.3. I apologize. Earlier, I was voting and I also made a comment because, you know, our lights are automatic and this is a long meeting, so they went out all of a sudden and I was getting a little claustrophobic. With that said, I will get right down to 9.3. So the amendment I am proposing is the following. That Bill C-10 in Clause 7 be amended by adding, after line 19, on page 8, the following. 9.2. An online undertaking that provides a social media service is deemed not to exercise programming control over programs uploaded by any user of social media service who is not the provider of the service or the provider's affiliate or the agent or mandatory of either of them. It is one section. And I would like to use my right to explain this since we haven't had the chance to chat about it. This is in line with our goal of improving the bill after the removal of 4.1. And since 9.1, our amendment was not accepted, we still see a gap, as we were saying earlier. And the gap is to protect users or small players on social media who are not conventional, who are not, rather, broadcasters like Netflix, but who, as we all know, or rather, as we know, this bill has gone in a completely different direction since we commenced debate. So we're saying that programming control means control over programs being transmitted, but not over retransmission. So that is what programming control is. And we think that the CRTC should not treat social media sites as having control over content uploaded by users, which would make the situation extremely difficult for those people. And I would call that over-regulating by the CRTC. I would call that red tape. So it would create a certain stress for these users of social media who are using it in a completely free way. So there's a difference between a closed broadcaster. So everyone has already used Netflix. So you go on Netflix, you see programs. And when it comes to discoverability, we can imagine that it's probably quite simple. If we want to go and see Canadian content of all of the programs on there, or if we want to watch Francophone content or Quebec content.
But when you think about Netflix, you think about a program such as the French one that's going to come out on the 11th of June that we're all waiting for with bated breath. It's closed source. It's part of the programming. That much is known by everyone. That cannot be changed willy-nilly. Now, when the series is over, we'll all be waiting for bated breath for the second season, which will take time to produce. And all the better if it's with Canadian, Quebec, Anglophone, Francophone, Indigenous creators. Now, there's also the open source providers, which sometimes includes social media networks, and that can include all users. Now, I can't put anything on Netflix, but I can put stuff on social networks. Mr. Poilievre is a much more ardent user than I am, and I'm sure he doesn't want a federal body or organization or regulator to in any way chime in as to what he's able to post. For example, there was a program on CBC that criticised the Conservatives for having shared a video with extracts of public television and was called to order by the judge in that case. So we especially don't want users such as politicians, such as everyday Canadians, to act in that manner. So the objective here is to determine that an online undertaking that provides a social media service is deemed not to exercise programming control over programs uploaded. We're not pulling anything out of a hat here. This would be in line with the European Union's approach on this issue and on the guidelines and directives on social media and audiovisual media when it comes to their practices. So we would fall in line with international practices of nations that are trying to strike a fair and balance when including social networks. So this isn't anything that's far-fetched or out of the ordinary that I'm putting forward under 9.3, as it's in line with the practices in the European Union currently. Now, the European Union has set in stone the concept of editorial freedom, i.e., there's a distinction made between YouTube and closed-source platforms, as I said earlier, such as Netflix or Ciné+. The European Union draws a line in the sand. It makes that distinction, which the current Liberal government does not clearly want to do, what Minister Guilbeault is not wanting to do. And that's why he got so mixed up, perhaps, in the interviews that he's given, where everyone, not just Conservatives, not just Tories and opposition parties, but all Canadians, all political pundits, were shocked at his lack of understanding. He doesn't have a handle on these highly complicated, complex issues. Well, it is something that's brand new. It didn't exist 20, 30 years ago, and we are now trying to strike a balance with what is being proposed, or at least trying to enhance this legislation that's been introduced. So the idea is to differentiate between YouTube and closed source platforms. Now, under the European Union's approach, this kind of control is effective both in terms of the selection of programs, their organization, in a chronological timeline. So what, as I said earlier, was if you go to Netflix, you have a timeline which is identified. There's nothing that might change willy-nilly subject to algorithms in real time, which would be absolutely impossible to control. And that would, the upshot would be to penalize our artists and Canadian and Quebec creators that use those social networks as a platform. So when it's television, for example, an audio-visual platform might request some kind of approach. So we're talking about service delivery here. We need to in Canada make this distinction to include services where videos are shared. And the European Union expressly stated that a platform where videos can be shared, where algorithms are used, and I want everyone to understand this. This is not us. This is the European Union that expressly recognized the fact that a video sharing platform has an automatic way of organizing content, and that does not have the editorial oversight or responsibility. That was its determination. That's a crucial concept. If it doesn't have editorial responsibility or accountability, how can you guarantee that level of discoverability? Now, in the case of YouTube, this is important. 500 hours of video are uploaded each and every second in the world. I'll repeat it. In the case of YouTube, 500 hours of video footage are uploaded each and every minute, I should say. Now, YouTube is often used as an example and is bandied about, but there are other platforms that we're not going to single out because politicians in our bubble with public servants, we're not even aware of the whole array of other platforms that young people use and future generations will be using because things are moving so fast. In 5 years, people won't even know what they used to be. And as politicians, we're trying to get on board with all this, and sometimes some of us sing on some of the platforms. Well, I haven't got to that point where I sing on any of these platforms yet. But the YouTube, for example, puts... in fact, it depends on the search results that users are guided to a certain content. If I want to hear a Canadian artist and I want to listen to a Celine Dion song and I want to forward it to someone else, well, I do my own search and I can type in Google Canadian singer, and believe me, that's what we'll see because these people know how to use keywords so that they can be discovered. I need to ask YouTube to do this for us. We're all able to do that when we do Google searches. I'm sure that all members of the community know how to do this, committee rather, as do Canadians. So Canadians, Quebecers will make their own searches based on their preferences. And yes, in some cases, YouTube will make recommendations based on what users' listening patterns are. I don't know about you, but I have Spotify, and Spotify comes up with 5 lists based on the music that I list. So sometimes I'm tired, bored of playing my playlist that my kids put together for me because I'm not able to do it myself. But at least I have 5 lists, and that means that there's always new songs for me to listen to. And because of the kind of music I listen to in Quebec, funnily enough, I've stumbled upon a young artist who's being discovered, who's the son, I don't know if you're going to believe this story, but is the son of one of my wife's best friends who lives 3 hours by car from us. And just by chance, Spotify made me discover this person, and I didn't even know the singer was on the platform. And I was just so proud as punch to pick up the phone and say to him, Spotify had discovered him, and now it was helping me to discover him, and now I have my playlists and my kids are listening to him, and so on and so forth. So this is a young kid who's making his mark and now is being auditioned across the world by in the Francophonie, and not just in Quebec and in Canada. So you can imagine the impact this is going to have on him and his burgeoning career. So when the corpus of content is almost infinite, well, you can't treat it in the same way that a platform that delivers specific tailored content like Netflix. It's a little bit far-fetched and utopian to think that you can manage a closed-source platform like Netflix or Cineplus under this legislation by calling on the CRTC to intervene and enforce this. The CRTC hasn't even been able to put together clear and straightforward rules when it comes to fees that the big telecommunications players have to pay versus the smaller ones. We're talking about this a lot in the House of Commons. They find it too difficult to strike a balance between small and big players that are having putting downward pressure on prices for consumers. And so now we're talking about trying to find a way of using algorithms on platforms with over 500 hours of uploads of video footage each and every single minute. So trying to impose standards and regulations like this is illogical when when this can be done, it can self-monitor if you wish by the consumers. So there are search engines that help users to find content, but they can't be considered organized content. It's impossible to consider them as organized content. And they don't make the choices for the users. The European Union understood this. They made the distinction between open source and closed source platforms. How is it that the European Union gets this and that the Liberal government and its minister just don't get the fact that there's a big difference between closed and open source platforms? Honestly, I am absolutely flabbergasted. It's like the cat has my tongue. I don't know what to say. If Canada was to apply the same standards on users in an open source platform as YouTube and would apply those to Cine Plus, we would be the only nation across the entire world to do this. Let me just repeat that for you loud and clear. We would be the only country in the world to be doing this. Now, when I listened to the minister's explanations that he gave in various interviews, it's really worrisome that the takeaway from that is we'll be the only country in the world to go about doing this, especially given the lack of understanding of the technical aspects of what we're talking about. And we're not experts here. We've had the experts come before us, and I haven't even touched on freedom of speech. I haven't touched on discoverability and that whole notion. I've talked about this particular niche problem. We absolutely need to find a way of improving this imperfect legislation, even in spite of the gag order, because in any event, the Liberals, along with the Bloc, and perhaps with the New Democrats, who were going to great lengths to say that the gag order made no sense, and yet here the NDP whip has foisted this unplanned meeting upon us today. But you think that when it makes its way to the Senate, this legislation, don't you think the senators are going to try and fill the gaps and address these shortcomings? They're not stupid, they're intelligent, and we haven't even finished with the amendments that we have on the table. They are never going to agree to vote on this without doing the due diligence of going through these amendments. So we have about a week and a half left. We're going to leave. The House of Commons is going to pack up its bags. And then we know that as soon as we're back from the summer recess, well, anyway, we're putting the cart before the horse. That's what I'd call it with this legislation. And we're going to hit a wall, whether it be in the Senate and if through political manoeuvring, the Liberals do manage to ram this through some way or another, it's going to be challenged. It's going to be challenged. So how are we going to help the cultural underpinnings of Canada tomorrow? You know, the minister is claiming that we're losing billions of dollars in investments, but when it comes time to printing money because they think that it grows on trees, the Liberals won't have any problem doing that. And if there's an emergency, they find those funds directly or indirectly. They don't seem to have any trouble digging up money and pulling it out of trees. But I think that under this amendment 9.3, it's another attempt. 9.2 was defeated. But and I was just putting forward something that falls below the threshold of what Australia is doing, which is supposed to be a role model. I was just trying to convince my fellow members of Parliament the need for basic guardrails. We can't let the CRTC ride roughshod and do what it wants to do willy-nilly. We've seen this with the CRTC. Now, Martin, my colleague, I have muffins here, and unfortunately I'm going to have to rush off and pick up my daughter, so I won't be able to give you those muffins, but I hope to see you before the 23rd of the month. But I just can't understand how the Bloc Québécois has agreed to give a Canadian federalist organisation more power that already is having trouble managing the powers that it already has. When the Bloc Québécois is supposed to be prioritising the Quebec nation and Quebec culture, it just flies in the face of all logic, and I just don't get it. There are legal and constitutional experts that talk about the importance of aiding content creators. But we want this to be the case. But now, you know, there are a whole bunch of open letters about the sharing of revenues and proceeds from advertising. There's nothing in this legislation. And it's not for nothing that all of these editors and are crying out about this legislation. And authors are saying, playwrights are saying that we haven't done anything for them. You know, it's crazy when you hear former commissioners of the CRTC, Timothy Denton, Corinne van Finsterskeen, Peter Menzies, Michel Morin, Philip Palmer, who was a previous legal advisor to the Department of Justice and the head of prosecutions at the Department of Communications. All of these people have stood up and there's been an outcry. These are folks that know the inner workings of the CRTC that have spoken out and said this doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I'm speaking too loudly. I apologize to the interpreters. But you know, it just doesn't make sense in light of those comments. So even law professors that have spoken out. And I'm not just talking about Michael Geist. There are others that have joined the bandwagon and said that this legislation will be challenged as of tomorrow. And we're doing nothing as legislators here to help our cultural sector by gagging the work of parliamentarians who are trying to improve the bill that we have before us. That's all we're trying to do. I'll stop there for the moment. I have other comments to make later. I'm sure that we'll have questions of our officials about the impacts of all of this. I'd just like to remind you of the following. Please take into consideration the distinction in this legislation between a digitized broadcaster and open and closed source platforms. They are completely different. Apples and oranges. You cannot consider that Netflix is on the same footing as a social network. Everyday Canadians and Quebecers can't put content on Netflix, but they can do so on YouTube. And YouTube can become a springboard to become popular, to be discovered by someone somewhere in the world. You know, eventually they might end up on Netflix in a documentary or in a new program, and then there'll be even more success stories. There will be even more discovering of our Francophone, Anglophone, Quebecers, Canadians, Indigenous, etc., of all stripes, all colours. So I hope that you do factor in this recommendation that I'm making under 9.3. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Reyes.
Point of order on a point of order.
Mr. Champoux, point of order, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, listen, my colleague Reyes shouldn't have referred to the muffins because he's probably trying to influence my vote by, telling me that I'll have muffins. And I just wanted to tell him that I refuse that, at some point I will welcome those muffins. Mr. Chairman, if I may just respond to that very quickly.
Order brought to you by whatever muffin it is you're holding. Go ahead.
Well, just to clarify, if there are other colleagues who are in Ottawa right now, I have 7 muffins left that I was supposed to take back to Victoriaville to my family. I'm prepared to share them with you, and I'll buy others for my family because they won't see them. It'll be too late tonight. So if there's anyone else in the parking lot, I'll meet up with you after the meeting.
Okay, that is not a point of order. It is a very good point of generosity, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to rule it's out of order. Now that we've all gotten on the culinary track, let's just move off that for a moment and back to C10. Now, before I go any further, I see Mr. Brusen first and then Janice, but I think Mr. Janice, I referred to you before that, so I'm going to put you first. And then I'll have Mr. Brusen to follow.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to allow
Mr.
Mr. Brusen to go first. She did have her hand up first. On the point of order, I was going to ask. It sounded like he was deploying the SIMS protocol from back in Proc. I don't know if that's been if the SIMS protocol has been brought over from Proc to the Heritage Committee. But for the substantive intervention, I'll maybe let Mr. Brusen go first and then follow.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Janice. Thanks for bringing that up. Now, from one generous offer to another, Mr. Brusen, you have the floor.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Mr. Janice. I will have a couple of questions for Mr. Ripley, but before I get there, just because we've covered a lot of ground all around the bill and all over beyond it, I just wanted to perhaps remind, especially Monsieur Reyes, when I was listening to him, about a couple of things. One is that we adopted 2.1 earlier, much earlier in this review of the legislation, and that in fact create an exclusion for user uploaded content, but also that if he would take a look as well at the amendments that we had introduced with the 11.1, it actually does have a different discoverability rule for social media companies. And I need to say social media companies, not the people uploading. So I just wanted to clarify that because, we've covered a lot of ground and sometimes it can be hard to remember exactly where we've been. And also just because there's been a lot of conversation about our artists and what the purpose of this bill is. And I think it's been quite clear all along that what the purpose of this bill is that we want web giants who are making money here in Canada to contribute a portion of the revenues that they make here in Canada to our Canadian artists. And the decision by the Conservatives to block this actually dates back to before this even got to committee. It actually dates back to when this was first debated in the House. So just to give that as some background as we have that conversation. And I believe one of the questions that was raised by one of the earlier speakers was about, who are the artists who want the support? And I guess I can understand where this comes from, this question, given the statements that have been made by the Conservative member of Lethbridge, who has been a frequent attendee at this committee, who said that, what this bill was about was to support artists who are not able to make a living off of what they are producing, so they require grants that are given to them by the government. And I think that also included a statement saying that artists can apply for that money so they can continue to create material Canadians don't want to watch. So in some of the previous statements that were made today, there were some questions about who are the artists, because there's a lot of reference to lobby groups. There are individual artists like Yannick Bisson, who is a star and director of Murdoch Mysteries, which is a big success here in Canada and around the world, who has expressed support. There's Jean Yoon of Kim's Convenience, also popular here at home and around the world. There is also members of the director, I believe, for Corner Gas. If we look at who's received factor funding, the people who member from Lethbridge felt we do not want to watch, people like Grammy-nominated Jessie Reyes, Gord Downey, the Arkells, shows like Schitt's Creek. So just to give a little background, because there has been a lot of conversation today about this bill, and I think it's important to ground it in what we're actually trying to do with this bill and the artists we're trying to support, and artists who have actually spoken up individually to show the support, or if when we look through the granting systems that have received support so that they can create great art that we love here and is loved around the world. So just on that, though, if I can please ask Mr. Ripley, because when I was looking at this specific amendment, I was trying to understand, what does it add to 2.1? Like, how does it tie in with that addition to the bill?
Mr. Ripley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Ms. DeBruzen. So as the committee is aware, the Bill C-10, as it was tabled, includes a definition of programming control, and that term is used a few places in Bill C-10, so you'll see a couple of references to it throughout the policy objectives section. And then with respect to regulatory powers, you will see it referenced in one place in section 10, subparagraph 1, subparagraph C, with a discussion of programming standards. And the definition was included in Bill C-10 to recognize the fact that there are different business models out there, and some of those business models, you have the distribution of content, but the entity distributing that content isn't exercising any control over the selection of those programs. And perhaps, one of the most simple examples to understand is in the conventional system, you have cable and satellite companies that transmit the TV channels of others, so that the TV channel exercises control over the programming that's included on their channel, but Rogers Cable or Bell or Videotron does not. And so this definition was included to make the distinction again between those business models whereby the company has control and those that do not. So this was intended to be determination in fact that would be made about any given situation. The amendment that has been proposed by Mr. Reyes would essentially, be the committee clarifying or making it making it deemed, I think is the word that's used in Mr. Reyes's amendment, that content that is uploaded to social media services by unaffiliated users is, that social media service is deemed not to have programming control over it. So it would only, with respect to regulatory powers of the CRTC, it would only be a question of whether 10(1)(c) is going to apply to social media companies or not. I know we haven't gotten there yet, but my recollection from a few committee meetings ago is that the government members did indicate that the intention is to limit those powers as well, and their application to social media services. So that would be the point at which this amendment would come into play. It's not really a question. It's not really directly relevant to section 2.1. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could follow up with another question,
Sure,
Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
How would this amendment detract from the purposes of the bill to have the social media companies, that part of the purpose of the bill to have the social media companies contributing to the programming cultural production funds? Like what would be the negative impact, if any, of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Ms. DeBruzen. The impact of this amendment on whether social media companies make a financial contribution or not, based on my assessment, is none. Again, the only relevant point when it comes kind of to the regulatory powers would seem to be 10 subparagraph 1C, where you see the use of the term programming control, and the committee yet hasn't gotten to that section to discuss whether those powers are going to be scoped back, similar to the way that 9.1 powers were scoped back. But with respect to whether they would have to make financial contributions or not, this isn't relevant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jennis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see members of this committee. I think it's my first time subbing in at the Heritage Committee, but I have been following your proceedings from a distance very closely out of great interest on the bill subject matter in general, but also I have a particular amendment that I think you're aware of that deals with issues of broadcast involving abuses of human rights. And realistically, unfortunately, given the important free speech issues that have to be discussed, we probably are not going to get to even have the opportunity to explore that amendment here at committee. Nonetheless, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you, and I'm supportive of this amendment from Mr. Reyes that I think advances, protects freedom of speech. Well, I shouldn't say it doesn't fully protect it, obviously. I mean, existing concerns about the bill as structured remain, but it's an important step in the right direction. I'm struck by, I guess, 2 points that Mr. Brusen made in respect to the comments that Mr. Reyes had made about kind of the nature or objectives of the bill. And it speaks, I guess, to a broader frustration with the kinds of arguments that are often used to advance positions the government takes. One is to rely very heavily on intention and to say the bill intends to, we intend to do this. Like an assertion of intention is just not reassuring when experts, former CRTC commissioners, academics, and others have reviewed the text of the bill and said, well, this is what it does. This is what the bill says. Good intentions are not enough, especially for legislators. What matters is what's in the bill. So, I think we should look at the bill. I think we should look at the amendment that we're discussing, and I think we should frame our approach to it based on the language of the amendment itself and the language of the bill itself, not on some assertion about intentions. And the other sort of, I guess, logical fallacy that informs a lot of the reasoning of the government in this bill, and I think, frankly, on other bills as well, is the creation of sort of false choices. The sense that like we have to choose between alternatives that we don't actually have to choose between. When you're looking at a complex broadcasting reform bill, I think we should identify not just one objective or two objectives, but we should sort of identify the broad suite of objectives and then undertake the development of a framework that achieves all of those objectives. So government members have said that we're trying to support artists, we're trying to stick it to the big web giants, and therefore this is what we're doing. And conservatives have said protecting freedom of speech is important, and that the bill as structured raises issues for freedom of speech. Experts have said that, and I think certainly the amendment that we're currently discussing takes a step to addressing those free speech concerns by providing more protection for users and user-generated content. But I would just say in general that there's no reason why we have to choose between support for artists and protecting free speech. It seems to me, as someone who's not a regular member of this committee and not a huge expert on broadcasting policy, although having growing interest in it, that it shouldn't be difficult to construct a framework that supports artists, that charges whatever the legislature deems to be a fair rate of return from large online companies, and also that protects freedom of speech. Now, there'd be a variety of different frameworks through which that could be done. One would be simply through tax and subsidy. the minister's latest defense of the bill say there's money that needs to get to the artists, and the delaying of the bill is delaying getting money to the artists. Well, there are a lot of different mechanisms that the government could develop for getting money to the artists, and they don't require this bill to do that. There are a variety of different frameworks that they have available, and I think it's the responsibility of governments not to try to set up a false choice, that we don't have to choose between commitment to artists and a desire to see content developed in Canada and freedom of speech. We can and we should seek to preserve both. And some of the amendments that we've put forward don't in any way take away from the objective of supporting artists. And the bill previous to the amendments that were put forward to this committee, the bill in second reading form, the government argued at that time that it was a framework for supporting artists before they made the changes that have garnered so much attention in the wider public, certainly in my constituency, in terms of their impact on freedom of speech. Chair, I wanted to make this point as well, as I think it's particularly applicable to the amendment as it pertains to discoverability on social media, what will be required of users and so forth, is that I think we have to understand substantively what freedom of speech is and why it's important. So freedom of speech is not just the right to say something. It's not the sort of abstract assertion in a vacuum that somebody should be able to say anything they want. It develops from an appreciation for the fact that people speaking and being heard allows for an exchange of ideas, the sharing of information and concepts through sort of conventional speech, as well as through artistic mediums and other forms, the presentation of those ideas, and then the hearing of those ideas by a wider public, and the evaluation of those ideas, and then the creation of combinations and syntheses that in some sense move our society forward. So freedom of speech is valued because it creates opportunity for people to hear and evaluate and compare different options, decide what they like and dislike, decide what they believe is conveying true or false messages in certain contexts, and compare those messages and come to conclusions. That's why freedom of speech is important, and that's sort of the core argument. I think the most influential argument for freedom of speech that someone like John Stuart Mill makes in On Liberty, that freedoms allow for presentation of ideas, experiments in living, that allow people to listen and come to conclusions, right? What this bill does, I think, and what the government's defense of this bill does, is it tries conceptually to separate this question of a right to speak from a right to be heard, right? It says, you can post whatever you want online, but we will allow CRTC to go in and make regulations around discoverability that will influence whether or not the things you say online are heard. So it says it tries to sort of take from that right to speak element the question of like a right to be heard. And I would just say that that for freedom of speech, freedom of expression, for liberty in general to be meaningful, it has to include not just the right to sort of speak and to avoid, but some ability to not have the state interfering with and limiting your ability to be heard. The powers that I see this bill giving to the CRTC, unamended in its present form, in the name of discoverability, allow a government body to make regulations with respect to not in this context what you can say, but whether or not you can be heard. And that might seem like a distinction, but it's not. But if we are to try to pull those things apart, the right to speak and the right to be heard, then I think we are really robbing the concept of freedom of speech of its substantive meaning. So what this amendment does is it says to the user, you will have the freedom to not have interference from the CRTC in terms of the degree to which your content will be heard on social media platforms. And that's again an important effort that we're undertaking to protect this concept of freedom of speech, and to protect it in a meaningful way, in a substantive way, in a way that goes beyond just sort of the formulaic idea of right to speak, but actually draws from the real meaning of what it means to have a right to speak, and why our charter and pre-existing constitutional documents have emphasized the idea of and importance of freedom of expression. I do think part of why this amendment is important as well is because it speaks to this issue of algorithm regulation, a question that has just sort of, I think, not been answered. And we've had multiple occasions on which the question has been put directly to the minister. It was asked, I think, by a member at this committee, is this bill seeking to allow regulation of algorithms? So I think it very clearly does. Is this bill seeking to allow the regulation of algorithms? And if it's not seeking to, then maybe the government is willing to accept amendments that eliminate the risk of CRTC algorithm regulation. And the minister was as clear as mud on this when he was asked in the committee. He said it's not a yes and it's not a no. I asked the same question during the closure debate to the minister in the House about algorithm regulation, and he said something to the effect of, let me use a vehicle analogy. If we have a car, he said, I hope it's electric, but he said if we have a car, it's I'm going to get this wrong. He said we're not interested in what's under the hood. We're interested in where it's going. I might have that mixed up, but I don't. But in any event, he used this vehicle analogy that I just didn't understand. I didn't understand what he was conveying. And I re-asked the question, and he said, well, we've answered it, but maybe the member hasn't understood. And maybe this is just a question that I should ask to the officials then. And I don't know that I want to put them on the spot to ask them to answer a question that the minister has been unable to answer. But it is a technical question that I think maybe they can provide a technical answer to. Like, is the bill as written without this amendment? Does it allow for the possibility of algorithm regulation? And if the amendment is added, what is the possible impact on the ability of the CRTC to engage in regulation of algorithms? So, can I just, Mr. Chair, can I just put that to Mr. Ripley as part of my time here? Yeah.
Sure. Mr. Ripley, would you like to take this?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. And the committee has had an opportunity to discuss this issue before. It is most relevant with respect to discoverability measures or powers that are being given to the CRTC, because I think there's an appreciation on this committee that, recommendation engines that are used on services like Spotify or Netflix, or social media services like YouTube or others employ algorithms that underpin those recommendation engines. And what I've indicated before is that when it comes to discoverability of creators on social media platforms, it would be premature to kind of judge what the outcome of regulatory proceedings are and how the CRTC may choose to, move forward on this issue. Given the example of, again, it could require the profiling of artists or creators on landing pages. That would be one way to increase the profile of artists or creators. But yes, it could also, extend to requiring, Canadian creators or artists to potentially be surfaced in search results. So the answer to the question is that algorithms are relevant, but I think we also acknowledge that the algorithm is a mathematical formulation that most of us wouldn't, even begin to understand. And so the emphasis is on the outcome of that, right? And so the emphasis is again on the profiling of the creator or the artist or the surfacing of those creators or artists. And so it's algorithms are relevant to the extent that obviously they're an important part of the way that recommendation engines work on a variety of different online platforms.
Mm-hmm. So
okay, go ahead, Mr. Jens. You still have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Ripley, I guess you shared a lot of information there, but I think I understood your answer much more clearly than the minister. So essentially the answer to what you're saying is yes, that CRTC is being empowered to engage in algorithm regulation. It would be premature to say how they're gonna use that power, but they do have the power to regulate algorithms to achieve certain objectives. Is that correct?
Mr. Ripley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question again. The emphasis I would put, I guess, is we would expect the regulatory obligation to focus on the expected outcome, right? And the way that would be put into effect, again, assuming that, and again, I just caution against necessarily assuming kind of where this lands, but assuming that it's, a focus on we want, a greater percentage or representation of Canadian creators or artists to be surfaced in search results, we expect the regulatory obligation to be focused on the outcome of, this is how we want to see those artists or creators surfaced, as opposed to we want you to change your algorithm in this specific way, right? So that's the distinction I'm trying to make. But to your question, yes, there could potentially be, depending on how CRTC puts that into effect, an impact on the algorithms of these online services.
Okay, so yeah, so you're saying it could result in algorithm regulation. What you're expecting is that the government will not so much say you have to change. I take your point about the mathematical complexity of algorithms, that the government, the CRTC, is unlikely to say you must change this number in the algorithm from a 7 to a 4 and add a plus sign here and a divide sign here. They're more likely to say you have to change your algorithm such that you have XY outcome. Is that right?
Mr. Ripley, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I never want to presume. Thank you for the question. So we are, when you look at online services like Spotify, right? I mean, the reality is you do see less Canadian Francophone artists, for example, being surfaced on those, right? And so indeed, the reason that discoverability powers have been included in CRT in Bill C-10 from the get-go was to recognize that if we want to make sure that our Canadian artists and creators are being surfaced in these on these platforms, the CRTC needs the tools to do that. To your point, we expect that the impacted social media service or the impacted online undertaking would obviously still have control over how they did that in a way that continued to jive with their business model.
Right. Okay. I guess it's just like, from what I understand, the way social media algorithms are, and I know there's others calling for greater algorithmic transparency in general, but like the way I understand algorithms are supposed to work, right? It's like that they're and there's obviously pros and cons to this, right? But that essentially they're reinforcing things that people seem to like by giving them more of things they want, right? So if you're not going to see much Canadian content if you are not, if you're not clicking on and watching and paying attention to Canadian content, right? So if I start watching Schitt's Creek clips on my Facebook, then it will offer me more of those clips to view. The implication, I guess, though, of the regulation direction here is that I might not be selecting those clips and still have those clips continually offered to me, and the government might require Facebook to offer me clips that don't conform to my past patterns of use based on some criteria that they establish. So, and that's, I guess, what's meant by, so maybe if you can clarify that point, but then also I had wanted you to just clarify the impact that this amendment in particular around users could have on those requirements as they pertain to, my use of Facebook.
Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Chair. And right, my apologies for forgetting that first question in your first batch. The kind of the impact on the discoverability piece is minimal. I mean, what this amendment that's on the table would do is again clarify or deem that social media services do not exercise programming control over unaffiliated content that's uploaded to those services. So again, in part, it would be Parliament kind of answering the question of fact very clearly that it considers all programming that's uploaded to social media services by unaffiliated users not to be under the programming control of those social media services. It wouldn't detract from the fact that the committee has voted to give the CRTC the power to require discoverability measures to increase the prominence of Canadian creators. That would still be in effect and still exist. With respect to your other question, the way I would frame it is that all recommendation engines likely have many different factors that are driving kind of the recommendations that are made to us. At the end of the day, if you're dealing with a for-profit company, those algorithms, those recommendation engines would be fundamentally about supporting the business model of that online undertaking. What I've indicated to the committee before is that the government's position on the discoverability piece is not to fundamentally kind of say that this isn't about not surfacing content that individuals want to watch on these services, but saying amongst all those factors, we think it's appropriate that those platforms make an effort to surface local Canadian artists and creators. So it would be one factor that gets fed into that broader calculation that is done that ultimately surfaces content on the platforms that we use.
Mr. Jennings?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this will be my last question for you, Mr. Ripley. It's on just a slightly different vein. So with respect to the idea that social media content is not under the programming control of the platform, how does this compare to like the way something like hate speech is evaluated, right? Because I know that that's not obviously what this bill is about, but if a person posts something that is in violation of a hate speech law, presumably that content is deemed to be under their control, not the platform's control.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Ms. DeBruzen, point of order.
We have, I think we've let it go quite wide, but now we're not talking about this amendment anymore. We're going further out. And I would suggest, it's getting quite late and perhaps it's a good idea to bring it back.
Mr. Chair, just on that same point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Jennings, on the same point of order.
Yeah, no, so okay, it's interesting that Mr. Grusin is objecting. That my question is about the context in which content that's on social media would be deemed under the programming control of the user or the platform.
Okay, Mr. Jens, thank you. Before you go on any further about that, I understand. I can read the amendment where there's a lot of latitude here in the debate, and I'm hearing a lot of it. I do have to caution that sometimes as we go a little bit off target to come back to the middle, I suggest we try to zero in on target once more to what you're asking. I believe you were about to ask a question to Mr. Ripley, so I'll let you have the floor again.
I'll interject.
One moment. One moment. Point of order for Mr. Waugh. Go ahead.
We've been going on for hours, and the meeting was scheduled to end in the next 30 seconds at 8:45. And we're coming back again tomorrow morning, 11 to 1, I believe, maybe extended, but we are coming back. And I think, you know, in fairness to the interpreters and the clerks and everybody, Mr. Chair, plus
it's your birthday.
Exactly. And, you know, here I am. It's a milestone birthday, and I'm spending it with you. Now, I love everyone on the Heritage Committee, but I would like to go home and celebrate.
Perhaps we should sing, Mr. Chair.
Okay, everyone. Okay.
Right. No.
Before we launch into that, that was probably the most celebratory point of order I've heard in ages. However, I want to wish you, sir, I think, may I be so bold as to say it's from all of us here at the committee, a big happy birthday to you. And back to your point about the timing, yes, as I've said before, and I'll say again, it's always with implied consent that we end at the scheduled time. Now, I know it was 8:45 Eastern time, but what had happened was there was a delay in allowing some members to get back to this particular virtual meeting because of the votes that were taking place. However, that time is not far away. So the way this works is this: even though it is implied consent that we end, if people are speaking and the debate, I am not one to stifle debate, the debate will continue. That being said, I've been notified that services will allow us to go beyond the 8:45, and we can exceed actually 9:30, 9:45 if you wish. I'm just saying that because for the sake of absolute transparency, I'm not saying you have to go to that time, but if you feel that this has gone on too long, there is a remedy for that, and I don't think I need to explain what that remedy is. So, Mr. Waugh, God love you, it's your birthday. I appreciate that. But in the meantime, I do have to run the committee as such. Now, I think that deals with the points of order that were raised. I'm going to go back to Mr. Janis unless somebody else wants to weigh in on that point of order as well. I know there are hands up, but I'm only assuming that's for the debate. Mr. Champoux, Mr. Reyes, I'll get to you during the debate. In the meantime, Mr. Janis, you still have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Sur le rappel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
Oh, oui, okay.
It's actually on the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't realize you were rising on a point of order.
Parfait.
Go ahead, sir.
Monsieur le Président.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the procedure... Can you hear me? Yes, I can now. Yes, go ahead. Good. So I don't know what the procedure is per se. I'm not sure I understood Mr. Waugh's point of order, but I am exhausted from my day. I'm thinking about the interpreters that have been in place since 4:30 p.m., the first notice we received, also our staff. So I'm just wondering what I need to do in order to call for an end to the meeting. In any event, we have a gag order. We have 5 hours for us set out.
I don't want to launch into that debate all over again, sir. But I will say this, and that is the remedy I spoke of earlier, of course, would be an adjournment. However, we are in the middle of a point of order, and I can't allow a motion to be put forward on a point of order. Therefore, I go back to Mr. Janis. You have the floor.
All right. Well, Mr. Chair, I don't want to be too prescriptive because I'm not a regular member of this committee, but in deference to my colleagues, I guess I'll move a motion to adjourn and see where the chips land.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So that's a motion to adjourn the meeting, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So voting yes would adjourn the meeting. Voting no would continue the meeting. Just to confirm. Mr. Housefather.
Yay.
Ms. O'Connell.
Yes.
Ms. DeBruson.
Yes.
Ms. Koutrakis.
Oui.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Oui.
Ms. Rempel Garner. Mr. Genuis.
Yes.
Mr. Waugh.
Yes.
Mr. Champoux.
Oui.
Ms. McPherson.
Yes.
10 yeas, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reyes. I see your hand is up, but we are officially adjourned. Did you want to say happy birthday? That's the only thing I can allow simply because I want to be nice.
Bonne fête, étant donné.
Happy birthday. And if you hadn't had supper, I have muffins, so I can give Mr. Waugh my muffins. Happy birthday, Kevin.
Happy birthday, Kevin.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Kevin.
birthday,
You can
Kevin.
adjourn the meeting and
Happy
people can stay
birthday.
on Zoom and chat informally, surely. I mean, there's no rules.
Happy birthday.
All right.
Thanks,
Meeting
committee.
adjourned, everyone. Happy birthday, Skipper.
Happy birthday,
Term of
Kevin. You
endearment.